Okay, good morning everybody and welcome back to Josie My Beginning. Here we are for day 2 of training. And I quickly wanted to see a show of hands. I can't see the other room on Skype yet, but I'm going to see them shortly. Show of hands, did everybody have good sleep? Who had good sleep? Who was rolling around a little bit and panicking about numbers and income and spreadsheets, okay? All right, good. Good. So we're going to make sense of it today. I think I want to make a harder line, and we're going to be a little bit tougher on it today. Let's quickly get some of the formalities out of the way. As you guys know, in terms of housekeeping, in the case of an emergency, we use the fire escapes really fast. Don't trample on anybody, don't scream, don't shout, don't panic, because we're entrepreneurs. Bathrooms, gentlemen down, ladies up. Cell phones, switch them in silent at any rate, please. And also, if you do take pictures, please remember to go to the website onto Facebook and post some of those pictures and some comments. It'll be really nice to see what you guys think as well and show other people what we're doing here. Okay, and then tea breaks. We're going to do this session as an hour and a half, and then we will be taking a break, and lunchtime will be a half an hour again, and it'll be on the floor. That's housekeeping. Today, we're going to be working on a projected business plan. It's important to plan for your business, and we have to be able to give the guys for the scoping week an actual projected plan of your business. We're going to do that today in an hour and a half. We're not taking any shit, no prisoners, okay? Project budget plan, very important for you to not have just a budget that just rolls out as a cold, static budget. We have to do a budget that's projected over the time, over the 6 months, and that's why it's a projected budget plan. Budget planning is very important so that we know how the cash flow goes. We touched on it yesterday, we're going to do it. And then last, we're going to do a little bit of a game around business operation, just to get you guys to sense a little bit what it's like to operate a real business. Which is fun. Okay, that's the day planned. First of all, I want to apologize. I think that yesterday our pace was possibly a little bit too lapsadaisical, too slow, and I feel that we didn't work as hard as we could have. And I think that maybe there's a mistake that we were too lenient, and we allowed too many people not to commit to stuff. The real reason you're here for this day, for these 2 days, is to go commit to something because it is for your business. I know that more than half the people in the room really need the money and really need to begin business. And it is very important that you hit these milestones as we hit today. You hit these things because we have got to get it right so we can get your money. Okay, so I'm not going to take any more nonsense. And with that, I want you to do the name tag exercise. So you know how it goes. I'm going to give you some 2 minutes or so. But today there's a difference. So you're going to write your name, and in brackets, I want you to do an E or a V. Who knows what the E stands for? Any tries? Nobody wants to try. E stands for entrepreneur. Okay. What does the V stand for? Anyone wants to try? Vegetarian. Nice. It is nice, but it's not a vegetarian, it's a victim. I don't want to hear any victims, okay? I think on the one end of the scale you get entrepreneurs, and on the other end of the scale you get victims. Victims are people who say, I don't know how to do this. I can't commit to it. I don't know where the mall's going to be. The baby this morning. The neighbor, no excuses, okay? No excuses. So E is for entrepreneur, V is for victim. Go, you've got 2 minutes. Tell the team again. Every day you have to get up and tell people why you are an entrepreneur, all right? So, go. I want everybody to write your name, E or a V in brackets, and then tell in 30 seconds shortly the people around the table why you are an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur because, go. Okay. Not 10 minutes, 2. If they don't have stickers, very quickly pass these around, all right? V, quickly.
Go again.
Okay, thank you. So everybody has, there are no V's. Are there V's? I don't think anybody did. Hey, good. So that's the attitude we're going to have today. Remember when yesterday we were doing research about attitude, entrepreneurial attitude. We can do, we are going to do it. We're going to make this happen. Yes, there are no problems. The world can, anything is possible. Okay, that's the attitude. Right. As we start out this morning, I think it's very important that we talk through what the actual malls are going to look like. So what we have done is we've prepared a little video clip. The guys went yesterday with the cameras downstairs, and they just went to walk through the mall down there. So I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to tell you about it as we walk through. I'm going to talk through with it, okay? So just imagine that today we're starting to fill out the spaces so that we get a sense of what the mall is going to look like. All right, so I'm going to ask the guys in the box to please roll for us so we can take a walk and go and see what the mall is going to look like. All right. Are they rolling it for us? I'm not sure if we can see it in the room here. No? Yes? They just communicating with me. We can't see it in the room. Oh dear. Okay, that was in the running order. All right. But I wanted to see a show of hands who has been to the mall to see. You guys have seen the test mall downstairs, right? All right. So I'm sorry, I'm going to show you the clip in a little while then. But what we're going to do from here, it's very important to be in the room in order to be able to plan when you move in, okay? And to begin with, I'm going to give you this, which is a project planning sheet. Now, I'm going to dish it out first and very briefly show you how to put it together, and then I'm going to start doing the exercise. In fact, for today, you'll see what it is it's two sheets, and that's the left sheet, September, October, November, and December through to Feb is on the other side. So there's sellotape on your table, and in the end you're going to stick it together. But I think while we work, because it'll be too cumbersome to do the whole sheet, and you guys will bump into one another, just work with page 1 and page 2. All right, so as we dish it out for you, I'm going to ask you just to use page 1 and 2 and to start doing your planning on it, all right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's one too many there. I'm going to ask the guys to help me to dish out from the other side, please. Frank, if you guys could maybe help from that side. So here's what I need to do. You'll see that as the project plan goes, I'm just quickly going to call it up as a slide so you can get a sense. There's 2 already. Let me just put it up on the board so long so you can see what I'm talking about. As the sheet goes, you will see that there's projected income, then there's a proposed payout, as we did yesterday, and there's a timeline, okay? Before you get to the bottom, which is where the milestones are. So we're going to work very carefully in this hour and a half to get all of that stuff going. But the first thing that I need you to start with is not actually the projected income or the proposed payouts. I want you to start thinking about the timeline. So we talked about what the space looks like, and you know what the room is like. Now what I want you to do, there we go. Everyone takes 2 sheets, eh? I'm going to give it to you. So you've got a page 1 and a page 2. Does everybody have 2 pages? Okay, in the other room as well. Good. Let's talk through. There we go. Everybody's got 2 pages. All right. Is there a microphone problem? Oh, okay. Okay, that's all right. Don't worry about it now. Thanks. Okay. So what must come first? What I need you to do is we're going to start by concentrating on the timeline. That's the 3rd item down. You'll see there's space by timeline, and of course it's going to go across September, October, November through to January. And what I want you to do is to imagine, in terms of the business, as you now see the space and you have to move in, what is going to be necessary first? If you walk to the place downstairs and you walk into it, there's nothing, right? It's basically painted. So right down to carpets. Do you want a carpet? Do you want a chair to be there? Is there a shelf that you want, right? Don't worry about the size of the space. If it's 3 meters or maybe 4 meters, that's not so critical. Just see one of those spaces and decide what it is that you have to do first to put in there. What must come first? And that I want you to obviously fill in September, okay? So before you move the tables in, you've got to have the the carpet. If the tables and the chairs come in the next month, then write it in there. And so you go. Remember what you had yesterday in operational cost. So you can go back to your notes from yesterday. Remember when you were doing your operational costs? Go and fill in look at your operational costs to help cue you, because yesterday you wrote some of the stuff down already, right? Think of the sequence of events and go and write that down in your timeline. You may need to go, I'm going to be in training for 2 months, and then I'm going to start doing the product, and then the customers come in month 4. Then that is how you see it roll out. So if you don't need the cash register until month 4, then don't put it there. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to start this project. I'm going to give you for about the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to give you to do this exercise. And I'll walk around, Angela will also walk around the room and help you go through it. But start in September, on the timeline, plot the things that you need first, and then roll it out over the next 6 months. Okay, go for it. Thank you. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to do this exercise, and I'll walk around. Thanks. go. So now what we've done, I have everyone's attention. We had the two sheets for a project planning sheet, 1 and 2, and you see that it runs from September through to January. I'm also going to suggest, if you find it difficult to see it in one go, you can take some sellotape from your box, and you can stick it. You see I've stuck this one together So front and back, I just put some sellotape and then you can continue to write. And later I'll show you, we'll just fold it in so it'll still fit into your folder as well. If it's easier for you to see it as a continuous line, then you can stick it together. Otherwise, you can still work on it just because of space on your desk. You can work on the two sheets. All right, so we've gone to look at this stuff. I want to play this little clip for you. I found it now. The guys say I can play it from my laptop. So while I play it in the background, I just want to show you, this is what the spaces look like. And I particularly wanted to go and look at it inside to see how wide it is. And you can see, you know, it's going to be pretty. It'll still get a ceiling. They're going to get, you know, there's beautiful windows, natural light coming in. But that's how wide it is. Look at how wide it is and what the light is like. So you can tell the kind of furniture that you'd have to put in there in order to make it work for you, right? Not all of them are going to be double story. Those are shelving. Here's the little kitchen. Can you see there? They're working in the kitchen space. And that's the shelving that works all the way around. That's possibly a computer room there. So that'll be what a computer space will look like. And again, in terms of access, I'm not sure it'll all be staircases. Some of it will be on the ground floor. This is the workshop area. So if you're going to have workshop, you see there's a tool shed. There's going to be equipment around. They'll demarcate areas. And that's the shared equipment that you'll have. Good lighting, you know, basic tools are there. There's a tool shed in the back, so there's shared materials that you can lock away. And then depending on the kind of projects you're going to run, the kind of equipment they're going to put in there for you. Okay. It's nice. It's good. It's safe windows. Remember, all of the gear they're going to put in is going to be air pressure controlled. So it means in terms of theft or so, somebody won't be able to steal it and sell it because it doesn't have power. You can't plug it in and play. You have to have a high pressure generator to make it pressure. And then inside this, behind those rooms, computer rooms. Can you see? Really nice spaces. And there's Guy doing a little self. It's what was the director who did his own? He appeared in all the movies himself. Hitchcock. There's Hitchcock. Okay. All right. Okay, so you guys get a sense of it. That's it. This is what it looks like on the site. You were asking about advertising yesterday. Probably they will put a big sign for advertising outside, calling people in. This was when the mayor still opened it. And there you see it on actual practical. This is the one in Victory Park. Victory Park? Ivory Park. Ivory Park. Computer rooms. That's the kind of tools, the gear. So it's high end. It's beautiful. And that was the opening. All right. Yeah. It's very exciting. It's real. You see, it's real and it's out there and it's happening. Okay, so you guys get a sense of what the space is. Now, if this inspires you to do any more or think a little bit more on the next round, then do that. But I'm going to move on to now for the next run of it to look at proposed payouts. Now, if you go and look at your sheet, you'll see at the very top of it is projected income, and underneath it, it's payouts. This is what you're expected from your 60,000 to come to you. So you can remember yesterday we started and said there's a startup cost, and after the startup cost there's the operation cost and the variables. Now you have to take those figures and see if you can make sense of it and place them for me in these spaces, all right? To give me a sense of the kind of proposed payouts that you expect. And the way that you're going to do it is you're not going to spend it all at once. It's as we discussed yesterday, it's acceptable to spend about a third at startup time, okay? Possibly even a half. Some of the people in the other room were in education. You may sit where you have to buy equipment, computers and gear quite early and have great volumes. Then that's what you have to do. Up front, you have to put a bigger fee, and then it'll become lower. Other companies, we said, are going to spend lower fees while they're training, and then it's going to escalate by the third month or the fourth month because suddenly they need to buy the equipment or whatever it is, the software, pay for the software licenses. All right, so what I want you to go and do is be fairly realistic about this as well. You know that there's only 60,000 Rand, so make sure that those 6 figures that you're going to write, as you're going to fill them in across, make sure that you're not going to run out in the first 3 months of 60,000 Rand. At least try and stretch it. But be realistic about figures. Okay, so consult your notes from yesterday. Make sure that you've got on your operational cost, on your startup cost. Look at those figures now. Reflect on that for 2 or 3 minutes and then start filling this in. So I really just want you to fill in 6 amounts as you work across. 6 proposed payouts. If you think there's only 5 and by January you've spent all your money, that's fine. You're going to see later why it's important, because you're then going to have to generate income. If you think you're going to spend it all in the first 3 months, write it down. That's fine too, but commit to something for me on paper. Okay, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to do this exercise, and during this time you're going to have 10 minutes to just fill in for me the proposed payout that you want. Okay, it takes some calculation, it takes some thinking, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Let's go for it. Thank you. thank you everyone. So at this stage, we've worked on our project planning sheet. If you have stuck it together, then that's great. At this stage, we've started by doing a timeline, and we planned how the timing is going to work, and then we started doing a proposed payout that you want. This is the money that comes out of your funding, out of your 60K. I'm going to quickly show you, if you are going to stick it together and you want to fold it to put it back in your folder, once you've stuck it, you fold the furthest part, the December, February part, and you fold it up and you fold it back. Then what you have to remember when you fold it to the front before you punch the holes is to leave space so it will fit into your folder, right? Because you'll see all the stuff that we've put so far in the folder has a section before the writing starts so we can punch holes. So you want to be able to show when you place this in, you want to be able to put it in so that you can still, once it's in your booklet, you could still go and use the fold out and see how it works. Okay, so just so that you know how to fold it when you're going to be doing the folding next. All right, we're moving on to the next section, which is to talk about how you're going to get your income projection. Now it's very important, and you're going to see that if you feel a little bit panicked at the moment because you've been writing out how you're going to spend your 60,000 Rand, and you feel that after 2 or 3 months you don't have money left, you understand that you have to start operating, right? So if you project your income for me during the next section, then what I need you to do is to start placing how you imagine customers are going to pay you and how you're going to sell product so that you start getting income into this. All right. So for now, I want you just to go and glance over your projected income again and what you did yesterday when you were looking at your variable costs. Because remember, during variable cost, you were figuring out how many customers I'm going to get, how much material must I have, how many people do I have to educate, how many licenses must I get, that kind of stuff. Retail, how many product do I want to sell, what do I have to have in store so that you know that you have to have fluidity. Now you have to go and say, if in order to make that happen, I have to have clients. So I must look at how the income is going to work. All right? So go and look for your realistic targets. You've got to set realistic targets. Don't say you're going to have 30 clients a day if you don't think that that is going to be scalable or it's not that easy to do the first time around. Be realistic, rather be on the conservative side and say, I think if I can get my first contract in the first 3 months, that'll be wonderful. And if that contract is going to pay 2,000 Rand, that's great, because then I have income of 2,000 Rand every month after, okay? So hopefully it's more than that, but it's important to go just to commit to a kind of a number or a target now that you want. Clients, I want 2 clients in the second month, and by the third month I'll find 1 more client, and then only in January I'll find 2 more clients, okay? Think about holidays. What will influence clients? People are going to go away. People may go on holiday. People may not have so much money during December because they have to buy gifts and stuff. Is there a way that you can tailor it so that your product can work for Christmas or whatever it is that people are going to spend their money on so that you're in there and marketing? Okay. So that's the kind of stuff that I want you to look at. And last, also remember that if you can just as soon as possible by December or by January start covering your wages, that'll be good. All right? So go back to your operational cost from yesterday and look at your operational cost and say, if at least wages and licenses I have to cover, or at least raw materials I have to cover, or some aspect of an operational cost that you had, that you can start covering with an ongoing clientele, with ongoing business that comes in so that you have income, then you're in good shape. Okay? So that's the exercise I want you to do next. You're going to go return to your sheet. Obviously, there may not be income right away from September, so be realistic. We're not going to have income in September. Although, there's a lady in the other room who spoke, and she told me yesterday she has a potential client who wants a quote already. So how about that? We've had one person already has 10 clients, somebody has already a first client that wants a quote, and somebody else has 3 other clients lined up already, 3 contracts. That's fantastic. That's how entrepreneurs move, okay? So even though you're planning your business, you're looking ahead to where your income is going to come from. Okay, I'm going to give you 10 minutes on this. I'll come and do the rounds. Angela will do the rounds on the other side. See if you can get your income projection just for those 6 months or then the 5 months if you skip September. Okay, go for it, guys. I'm going to give you 10. Okay, so everyone's back. We've done now our round of projecting what the income is going to be. And now what we have to do is the last part, which is the most important part, which is to write down the milestones. Okay, so now I need you to go and think about milestones in terms of what we discussed yesterday. It's like giving people security. If you go to the bank and you say to the bank, I want to borrow some money, what is the first thing the bank says? Okay, after they said no, because usually they say no first, right? After that, they're going to go, when we give you the money and you can't give me the money back, what security are you giving me? Huh? Are you going to put your house up as security? Are you going to put your wife up as security? Are you going to, what can the bank take from you if you didn't pay the money? I'm kidding, okay? They never take the wife. Okay, so it's like security that you have to put in place to make them feel comfortable that they're going to give you the money. It is similar in this competition. It's your money, but we have to be sure, and when the panel sits, they have to be very sure that when they give you that money, there's certain things in place, milestones in place, so that we can do that exchange. That is what this is about. So it's a case of making the city of Joburg feel safe that they're going to give you your first drawdown. That's what a milestone is about, all right? It's something that you have to achieve. But make sure that you commit to something that's a realistic expectation, okay? Don't say, I'm going to have my first 20 clients if you know that you don't have the clients yet. If you know that training is going to be difficult, don't be optimistic here and say, I know training is going to take 3 months, but hell, I'll just do it in a week and I'll have my first six people trained. If you put a milestone down that says, my first 6 people will be trained, and then I want the money, and you can't deliver that, they can't give you the money for the next run because you didn't comply with what you said you're going to do. Okay? So you must be very serious that you can deliver on these expectations. Can you achieve it? Can you do it? Then put it down as a milestone. But understand it has to be something, like we discussed yesterday, it has to be something like a contract in place, or training done, or the CVs of the people I want to employ, because they're going to say, you're asking for money to employ people. Who are you going to employ? So you have to have a plan in place to say, feel comfortable, I'm not just going to take the neighbor's kid because the neighbor is nice. I'm going to take a person who is sharp, who can do this, who needs the right, who ticks all these boxes, and that's why these are the people. And here are 10 people that I think of to employ one. You understand? It has to be a milestone that's achievable and something that you can say, yes, check, it's there. Okay? So if it's something you're going to grow, you're going to say, I'm going to grow the first patch of mealies and they have to be this high. It's something you can see because they can come and look at it and go, okay, or send us the picture of the mealies. Okay, fine, there it is, it's done, now we can go. Okay? Has to be a real deliverable. And that's how you get your milestones. So this is something you're going to have to think about quite carefully. I know we said there's 10 minutes for it. I think that I'm going to give you, let's give you the 10 minutes. Work the whole 10 minutes, and then I'll do feedback after that, and we'll see if there's questions. All right, we'll ask Angela as well. If there are questions from the other floor, then please let's start seeing if we can field those questions, and then we can go through. We'll have a discussion and a wrap-up, okay? So I'm going to give you this time. It's 20 minutes. Let's go for it. In fact, yeah, let's do 10 first. I'm going to ask the guys in the box as well. Let's do 10 minutes, and then we'll break a little bit for feedback, and then we'll continue. All right? So do this for the next 10 minutes. Thank you. welcome back everyone. So I think there's a lot of questions around this, and I want to quickly go and just do some stuff on the board, and then I'm going to let you wrap the last few minutes on this, all right? We may take some questions on the floor here. Let me just quickly go back to tell you what I think you should be thinking, all right? The first thing that we did, I just wrote it across the two boards, and it's more or less what your sheet looks like. The one note that I wanted to tell you was today's note is to plan. You can make as many scratch out and marks on this piece of paper. Take it home, go and think about it, scratch it out, do it again, draw it up yourself. Next weekend we'll give you, next week when we run it, we'll give you new forms to be prepared for the submission when you go and sit with the panel. So don't worry about it, okay? This is planning, but the thinking goes like this. Once you did the timeline as an exercise so that you can just see what you need first. So need, and then. This is just so that you know what goods you'll need and when you will need stuff. So if you have a first client, so let's say you need a cash register. If you need a cash register when the first client comes and you think your first client will come in November, then rather put your cash register there, because if you put it there, it's a fee that you don't need to spend in September. You understand? It's so that you know sequence. That's the only reason we did the timeline first. The timeline then informed how you think from yesterday's budgeting that you will want your drawdowns. So the drawdown budget has to do with your 60K. Okay? You have 60K in a box somewhere, and you have to distribute it to these boxes here. That's what that part of the exercise is about. And we were saying in the first 2 months or so, it's probably a good idea to spend the first part of, or half or a third of your 60K. So if it were to do 15 or 20, and here 15 or 20, then it means by this time, half of your money is spent. That's a good indication. There are extreme cases, not extreme cases, but there are cases in manufacturing or in education or so that they may need to spend more, in which case you may do 30 in the first month, and then it goes lower, right? But in any case, it means that by January or February, most of that money is spent, and maybe you're looking to another 5,000 Rand, or maybe you're even just looking for a 2,000 Rand towards a stipend by that time. And here's why, because the most important thing is that you have to start indicating when you're going to have income, okay? So I wrote income in green. It's not a really good green, but it means it's money that's going to come in. You're going to sell a product, you're going to have your first customers come in, you're going to get your first orders, you're going to get your first contract. This is very important, and that is why it fills on top of the money that you're going to get from your drawdown. But this is as amazing as you can make the product and as hard as you can work to get the first contract, to get the money. It's your money. It's when you fly. So you have to decide. We said already by September, we don't think that there'll be some income in September because you're not operating yet. But as soon as October comes, if you can commit even just to 2,000 Rand and then to 10,000 Rand or whatever it is that comes in, the moment that you're doing that, you're stretching your 60K. And that's good. So what we're going to look out for you is to go, if you can at least in October, just cover your wages, because remember, in part of this drawdown, which is your operational budget, you've put in wages and your stipend and that kind of stuff. If you can at least start paying just a 2,000 Rand towards wages, just a basic fee, then you're going to be in good shape, because it builds confidence. So first product and your first client is the most important thing on this sheet, to see how you're thinking, to think that this grows steadily into something that, let's call it even just a regular 6,000 Rand or whatever it is that you're going to get as an income. That income, if that works compared to your operation cost, you're going to be in good shape. So the first thing I want you to do when you go back to this exercise now is look at your operation cost again and go, what is my operation cost? If my operation cost is 20,000 Rand, then you have to have enough contracts and enough clients to make up for 20,000 Rand. If your operational cost is lower, 2,000 Rand or 4,000 Rand, it means what do I need to run on a daily basis? If that's lower, then your income can be lower and it'll be okay. So that's the combination that you have to look at for this. All right. I'm going to give you another few minutes. Let's do the rest of the 10 minutes now, and we'll see if we can do Q&A and fit it in. Otherwise, we'll move it into the next session, but the break is going to be at 10:30, all right? So let's go back to this for another 5 minutes at least, please. We time 5 more minutes to go back to your projection. All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Now we're going to wrap it because tea time is coming up. So we've got about 10 minutes. If there are questions still here that you guys want to ask in the room, that the other room can also share with, or if the other room wants to stand by to sit into the hot chair there, then we can take some Skype calls from that side as well. If Angela feels that there's something that she didn't cover on that side, or that the guys wanted to hear in this room as well. Okay, so is the microphone ready? Are there any questions here that we want to ask? Who's got a question for me? No more questions. Is everyone quite clear on this? But you haven't got questions yet? No question? All right, you're thinking. All right, what I want to propose we do, while we see if there's somebody in the hot seat on that side, what I want to suggest we do, we're going to take the break, and when we come back after the break, what you have to do next is probably the most difficult exercise to date, which is going to be to set up your budget. That's what you're going to do with Angela. So the planning that you did in this session, or the kind of thinking that you did in this session, is going to help you to make the budget in the next session. But I don't want you guys to feel like you're left behind. So I think that if there are questions now that we can field, we can help you to set it up so that you'll be better prepped for when she starts doing budget. But it's not critical if you don't know when you want to start training. It's not critical, but commit to something so that when you do the budget after the break, you can know under which month you're going to fill in that particular item. All right? Okay. And remember, you don't have to. You're committing to it now so that we can have a draft budget. But you're still going to have a week to go and think, go and do research, go and ask people things, make sure of your figures so that you can commit to it next week. Because next week you'll get a clean sheet again for planning, and you'll get a clean sheet again for budget, and then you can fill it in properly because you have more information. Okay. There's still no questions. We've got one question here that we're going to ask. Just wait for the microphone.
I just want to ask, the last time we were here, I think on Saturday when the prof was presenting to us, like he said, in terms of the specialists, like let's say maybe you're dealing with IT and all of those qualified people, I don't know, is the Treasury my beginning going to provide us with those people for maybe, or do we have to budget for them? Like something, there was something like that based on that.
Here's how it works. You guys can imagine that what they can do is they'll pull in consultants if your business has a special need to get started. But if it's on an ongoing basis that you need a specialist IT guy in your budget, that's on your budget. You understand? They will only get mentorship specialists if they say, all right, in the regions we have 3 or 4 different regions who are working specifically, let's say in a childcare area. Nobody in this building knows anything specialist about childcare or teaching. So for that, they will say, all right, to consult, maybe once a week, you'll have 2 or 3 hours with a consultant to help you set up that part of the business. But understand, it's not somebody who's going to work alongside you all of the time in your shop. Okay? The assistance you're going to get is assistance with your business, just to get your business started, not operationally. Operationally, we can give you advice, or we can say, all right, we don't really know much about plastic molding or pulling plastic molds or something. There's an engineer here in the building who can do it. He's not going to do it for you. He's going to help you in your business by seeing you regularly, twice a week to begin with, and after that once a month, to make sure that your business is on track. But you're going to employ people and you're going to make it happen. It's on your budget. All right, does that answer it? Okay, cool. Are there any other questions? There's still no one lining up in the room to sit. That's a little window we see there. There's Angela. You don't have somebody. She doesn't have anybody. Okay, no questions. We have another question here. Microphone. Wait for the microphone. Okay, thank you. Go for it.
Since I'm making computers.
Yes.
If I have a client who wants a specific computer, and that computer for me to make, it costs me 36,000.
Yeah.
Can I get that money by October?
Okay, go back one. If you have, all right, if your product costs that much, right, to make, then you have to be very sure that in your planning, obviously a client can't say, I want you to make me a 36,000 Rand computer and not pay a deposit up front, right? That's too much of a risk for you, because that is almost half, it's more than half of what your business is about, right? So you have to, in your planning, say, when my first client comes in, I have to have him pay a deposit so that I can start doing it and know how your cash flow will work. That's a little bit more complicated. But yes, you can do it. But you have, if you have a client, there is somebody in the other room who also has already, now in September, she has clients who are asking for a quote. So it is possible for us to put a quote together now under your name already so that you can project that money and start having an income. But obviously it's still going to be dependent, your operation is dependent on the contract being signed before the end of September. Okay. Same question, there's a question from Skype. Okay, let's quickly learn how to do Skype and then we're going to come back. There's another question here. Hello, I'm seeing if you guys can hear.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay. Shoot, what? Let's hear your question.
Oh, now I don't have sound. Let's see. Unmuted on my computer. Okay, let's ask your question again, please.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. After 6 months, can one go and seek for mentorship from someone else, or get information from some other organizations?
You can absolutely. The question is, can you get mentorship from somebody else? Yes, of course. I'm going to switch this off. Yes, of course you can get mentorship from somebody else if you can find a mentor, or there is a program of mentorship that you can lock into. I'm sure that'll be fine. That'll be fantastic. If there's mentorship that you need on a fee basis, obviously, I think we'll first assess. We can assess whether we can find somebody who can help. Like I was saying before, if it's something that we can amortize across, or we can split across 3 or 4 regions, because it's a specialist that must come in to give us mentorship. That kind of mentorship is in the budget and it's allowed for. So we're going to see what the needs are, and I think you have to indicate what your needs are. All right. I've got one more question on this side, and then we're going to wrap. There was a gentleman in the back who had a question. Oh, okay, we're going to do that after the break. Or I think put that on the parking lot, but we have this question still. No? Or do we need to wrap? No, we don't have time, they say. All right. So I think, guys, let's put your questions onto the boards, onto the parking lot. We'll place the parking lots. Ask the questions and we'll feed them answers back when we come back after the break. We're going to break for 15 minutes sharp. There's coffee and tea out, and then we're going to be back. 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute break, and then we'll be back. All right? So we don't rush you, but do look after the time. Thank you. We'll be back after this.
Meanwhile, the music's not. It's a guitar player, keyboard player, harmonium.
My audio. Right.
There. And I open it.
But I did.
Okay, it's gone a little funny, but that's fine.
There's no feedback.
Alright, guys.
Your side. Exactly. Okay. All right. Is Nico's speaker on mute? I mean audio. Okay. Let's do this. There's our feedback. Testing. Okay, so when they ask the question, it should be on mute, right? Okay, cool. And then when Nico answers, then that's when they're unmuted. All right, can we test that? Because can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. I can? All right.
All you'll do is unmute it.
When you pose it.
No, do I? No, I shouldn't have to
Can't hear
unmute at
you.
all.
Yeah, you should just talk through your microphone.
I'm going to just
So
talk through the
listen
mic.
to this. So what you'll do is you'll say, okay, pose your question, and then you'll hear the question through here though.
Yep.
So everyone will just have to be kind of quiet, and then you'll just pose the question normally.
And
You
then I
won't
turn the
unmute
sound
it.
down. Okay. All right.
So for now, just mute it like that.
Got it.
When you want to hear the question,
Got it. This is a sound check. Can you hear me? Oh no, I've got it. Well, I've got a soft coffee, but the batteries are double up. I did check. We're good to go. Do I need to do another sound check? No, I have a soft copy. I just forgot to.
We haven't got it.
Oh.
For us to print. For us to read.
Oh, it's on the drive. Oh, no.
I know,
Oh,
but we
God.
have to have a hard copy. Print paper. That's all.
Miguel has one.
No, he hasn't. It's just been sent to us by email. Okay, so we're just waiting for that.
Okay, welcome back everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first session with Nico. The next session is all about budgets, and we're going to be filling in all the budgets. Now when people say budgets and spreadsheets, usually we feel afraid to even start, but I want to just reassure everybody right now that you have all the tools and you've started planning already your business, so the budget should be fairly simple to do. So yesterday we did the building blocks, we looked at all your costs, and we're going to give you another opportunity as you start filling in your budget forms to be able to go back, to review it, and also then to start filling in so you can start putting all the building blocks of a budget together. Those would be your income, your projected income, those would be all your costs, and then also understanding that in the bigger scheme of what you just planned in the session beforehand, which was around the timing. When are you going to expect the money to come in, and when are you going to expect the money to go out? And this is the key thing that is going to help you manage your business on a day-to-day basis and a week-to-week basis. All right, so welcome back. Let's get started. And my slides have frozen, so I'm just going to kind of move on and just say we're going to look at startup costs. So your startup costs are, we're going to hand out these spreadsheets, and we're going to take a few minutes to have a look at this. And all I'm asking you right now to do is only look at the startup costs. Now yesterday we started looking at that, and hopefully everybody's done a little bit of homework, and you have now a better idea of what your startup costs should be. Also, I hope you went back and re-looked at some of the costs and looked for better bargains and made sure that whatever you start up with is not the full 60,000 Rand, but as you planned in the previous session, you need to understand that that 60,000 Rand is a finite amount of money. It's the pot of money that you have that needs to last you for the next 6 months. All right, so I'm going to go right into that and ask you to start filling out on your startup budget, your startup costs on your budget, and I'm going to hand those forms out, and you're going to take 5 minutes to do so. All right, and then we'll come back in and check in with you all. All right, let's go to that 5-minute break. Okay, so now we've had a look at startup costs, and I'm going to just take 2-3 minutes to field some questions that we already had. So once again, we looked at startup costs. We started writing a whole list yesterday, and over the period of yesterday and this morning's period of planning, we've now realized we need to go back and either rethink about what startup costs go into the business and put them into the budget. So some of the queries we had was, what about some of the things that we were overspent on? You need to redo your budget on startup and actually relist those items and figure out what is the minimal stuff that you are going to require for your business. What is the minimum amount of money that you need to do to get set up? And go back and describe those lists and put a total amount of your startup cost. And what we're wanting to force you to do is understand that your budget needs to match up with your plan. And if your drawdown is going to be a certain amount of money, you need to make sure that all the things you require need to fit within that amount of money. All right, so we're going to give you some additional time to be able to go back and relook that. Yes, your startup costs aren't what you initially thought they were going to be. They're going to be a lot less. And what is the minimum that you can get away with? And we want you to list that in your budget. There's an example of the spreadsheet on there. I don't want you to think about anything else other than your revised startup budget costs. So you're going to have 10 minutes to go away and do that and focus purely on that. And we'll see you back in 10 minutes. All right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Correct. We're good. Okay, so we have a question on the floor, and if we're still live, I'm going to just repeat the question. The question is, what happens if we don't have enough time between the 27th of September and the 1st of October when we draw down that money? And what we're going to do is say, you need to prepare. So your startup cost is everything that you need to prepare beforehand. And if it needs to fit within that 3-day budget, a 3-day period before you're wanting to start, then yes, you need to fit that in. So we are going to take 10 minutes to look at those startup costs. I will come around and help you, and Nico is going to do the same thing on the other side. So 10 minutes to actually just jot down and make sure that you have the correct startup costs on your budget. All right.
Meanwhile, the music's going on. There's a guitar player, keyboard player, harmonium player, and they're all chanting. And I'm talking into her ear. And so I started toning in different places in the body, and she eventually started pointing to all these.
Welcome back. That was startup costs. We had a few questions or concerns on the floor. Number one, if your startup cost at this point is more than that bag of money of 60,000 Rand to get you going, it is something to be very concerned about. You really, really have to review some of those costs. And remember, this is the garage startup. We're entrepreneurs. We can't have all the luxuries that we want. And you are going to have to distinguish between what are the absolute needs that I need to get my business going and what are the wants. And remember, this is the lean startup. The less outflow of money we have, the better chance of a long-term success for your business. So please, please, we are really encouraging you to minimize the cost of that. Also, remember startup costs. Perhaps there are things that you don't necessarily need to start your business right now, and perhaps you can factor some of those costs in later in your business. So things to look at is, do you really need to employ a person? How urgent is it that you need somebody on the ground from day one when you open your doors? And what can you actually help facilitate as a startup of your own? What kind of labor can you input into your business and minimize the cost of your wages and the outflow of money for that as well? So that is just another thing to consider, right? And also, a lot of the time, we might not need very expensive equipment right up on the startup costs. So perhaps there is a way that you can look at your schedule and plan for equipment as you start getting your first customers in, so that your expenditure starts balancing out over that period of 6 months. I hope that makes sense. And yes, we will actually have to go back and do more homework. Remember, this is not a set in stone thing. You still have a week to go review the costs. So don't panic right now. As long as you have a very clear idea of what activities need to happen in your startup and that you have the right equipment to help you get going. All right, moving on. Next, we're going to be looking at operational costs. Operational costs, once again, is the day-to-day running of your business. As a reminder from yesterday's session, all the things that from the day one that you open up your doors, what are the things that you are going to need and what are those going to be fixed on a monthly basis. So yes, once again, those costs could be labor, sundry materials such as cleaning equipment, the tea, coffee and milk to keep you going in your business, all those little expenses, whether it's insurance or fees, particularly banking fees that are going to happen on a monthly basis. Have you budgeted for all those things in your operational costs? Now, as you see on that worksheet that we given you out, you are going to look at that for the next 6 months. And it's going to run from October, November, December, January to February. What are your fixed costs going to be? All right. So have a look at those, list them down on a monthly basis and month to month. Yes, they might change, but please have a look at that. Maybe your labor costs late in the month might go up, but look at your plan that you did earlier today with Nico. Go back and review it. Think about how your business is going to operate. Walk through the steps from day 1 to 2 to 3 to week 4 and start adding those up into the various months. All right, we're going to take 5 minutes to get you going. I'm going to come back and just check in and have some feedback and some hints and tips. And then after that, we will give you some additional time to go back and really look at all those operational costs. Right, so we'll get you going. Fill out those operational costs right now. Welcome back. I see everybody's working furiously at getting all those operational costs down. It is very encouraging for me, and I think for everybody in the room, to start see their business happening. We've had very few questions, other than some feedback that I can give you in the room is, if there is something definitely that you have already, use those resources. If you are the only person in there taking on a stipend or salary, use yourself as a resource. And just as an entrepreneur, because today I'm an entrepreneur and not a victim, I am definitely going to be looking at giving some of my time as a setup cost or as a free resource up front. So if you are able to do the training, if you are able to contribute to your business in any way, shape or form, sometimes entrepreneurship is pretty much sacrifice. And sometimes we need to make those sacrifices in the beginning so that we can reap the rewards later on. So that's just the tip for right now. I'm going to be quiet and give you an opportunity to carry on with those next 6 months of your operational costs. So we'll see you back in a few minutes. And what I really want to remind you of is, it is on, my mic is on. Okay, so what I really want to remind you of that these two sheets, your budget sheet and the other two sheets that you were working on earlier on, your planning sheet, should overlap each other. And this is what you're going to deliver at the end of the day to your panel, who is going to assess and scope out your project. So what ideally should happen is you should have all your costings on here, and this is also going to inform their decision on how responsible, how comfortable they're feeling with your plan and your budget that supports. So this is something that is critical and as an input for you to draw down money from that 60,000 Rand winnings. All right, so that's just to reinforce that. And as that is why they're almost in the same format. So your plan should fit directly over here and make sense, right? So if you're needing a capital outlay, your plan and your milestones should match your budget, which says startup costs, which is all the costs that you are going to require before you even enter the malls, right? And then all your operational costs, all the day-to-day running costs, are going to be also listed there for all 6 months, looking over that period. All right, and planned accordingly. Great. So one of the concerns that we had on the floor while we were busy working was about costs that are particularly high as a startup cost. So things like refrigeration, things like how do you find mutual ground with other entrepreneurs in your mini mall. And perhaps that is going to help minimize some of the costs that you have, is looking at working together within your mini malls and saying what kind of costs can we share as a startup cost. For example, we have very high costs on refrigeration, and that might be something that we could look at and say, okay, what kind of stores are in the mall and where can we problem solve to minimize our costs, so that one entrepreneur does not have to carry the biggest cost of that, and there's no duplication. So to build efficiency within the mall is something that we'll definitely have a chance to look at later in the day, and I've built some time in that for a group exercise to say, all right, we're in our different regions or we're together in a mini mall. How can we help each other? How can we share some of that burden to make sure that our 60,000 Rand goes a little bit further? So I think that's something that's come up, interestingly enough, in the last session. The other thing is there was another question around operational expenses and variable cost. Once again, just a quick reminder, the operational stuff is the fixed costs that you know you are going to have to bear on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes there might be duplication depending on what category that you're in, whether you're in services or education, whether you're in manufacturing, or whether you are in retail. There could be some duplication of what you have on your variable costs and what could be in your operational costs, and so keep that in mind as well. All right, but we're going to go through that in more detail in just a minute. All right. So once again, for your operational costs, remember just a few hints and tips that I've looked at as I've walked around the room today is you have to prioritize. Prioritize what are the things you need. Sometimes we are going to have to forego. Sometimes we might have to just say, this month I'm not going to draw down a stipend or a salary so that I can get this equipment or whatever the case might be. Transport is another factor that you need to consider, and all those variables that might go up and down that we can't count on. So just make sure that you budget correctly on your day-to-day running. Be sure that you look and review your budget on a regular basis to make sure that it is still up to date and aligned with what my real costs are. And the other thing that we've also looked at is just a hint and tip, could be outsourcing. Great. So let's have a look at the next exercise. As I was walking through some of the rooms yesterday, I realized that some of us are not 100% clear, particularly in the services and education categories, that do we know what our products are? Excuse me. Do you know what it is that you're selling? When you first started out pitching, on your pitch deck, we looked at a concept called the minimal viable product. What is it? What exactly am I providing as a service or product that is going to make our customers come to us, right? And you all have that vision in your head, correct? So you know, as a product A, I know I'm going to be selling, and it could be more, if you're on retail, it could be more than one product, it could be multiple products. But my recommendation right now is for you to list everything down. Excuse me. List everything down and make sure that you know exactly what is going to go through your store. If you are in services, be 100% sure, and even have a little bit of fun with this. So if you are in services, it's a little bit trickier. Maybe call your service something very specific. So going back to the example of yesterday, if I'm going to be providing a marketing service, I'm going to call it the startup marketing product. And that is everything from the minimal stuff that you need to market your product or service, right? That would be a product A. Next, I would probably have a product B service that says, I am going to be providing a service to medium-sized business where I know they can afford a little bit more, and I'm going to incorporate a whole bunch of other requirements for them, such as public relations, maybe writing articles or blogs, or even doing a little video, or getting them more advertising coverage or PR. And that would be a separate product. So what I really want you to go back before we start the next session on variable cost is go back and be 100% sure what your product is. And as we come back for feedback, what I'd like you to do and have ready is, I am selling product A, and be able to describe it and list everything that goes underneath that. And as long as you are able to do that, then you will be able to understand what your input costs are into providing that product or service. So we're looking at your minimal viable product. What is the key thing that is going to earn you money and generate income for your business? I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think about that, list it down, and remember, when you're having that elevator talk with the rest of your table, you should be able to describe very clearly, this is my product or service. Great, we'll see you back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, and that was just giving you a quick 2 minutes. You should already have this in the back of your hand and be able to do this. But right now, I'm going to put a few people in the hot seat in the room, and I'm going to give you the mic, and you have 20 seconds to actually tell us exactly what it is that your product or service is going to be. So I'm going to volunteer around the room. Here we go. Our first volunteer. It's like the army. Mawethu, tell us, what is your product and service?
On my product, I'll be selling toilet papers and nappies. My service will be selling them. I mean, it's a retail shop.
Okay.
Okay.
And what makes you different from everybody else?
Mine will be cheaper, and also we don't have such a shop in our location, so it will be easier for people to access my shop because it will be a walking distance if it can be.
Fantastic. Going to do this. I'm going to pick a volunteer over here. Sela, you're ready. You're rearing to go.
Ready to go.
Awesome. Tell us about your product or service that you're offering.
I'm selling hygiene detergent product for household and car wash. Your handy, your car wash and shine, your degreaser, your HO, your shampoos, washing powders, etc.
Awesome. You're going to be our Mr. Clean. That's fantastic. Fabulous. Lizzie, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Tell us about your service and product.
Oh, okay. My company will be manufacturing PVC pipes, and they can be used for electrical, irrigation, and construction as well. So why my products are cheaper is because they'll be made of recycled bottles, like HD, high density polyethylene material.
Fantastic. Very clear understanding. Anybody else? I'm going to offer a one last piece round. Lungi, are you ready? Come on, tell us about your product and service.
Yeah, my product is for sewing children uniform and Xhosa tradition, all the tradition clothes, and I'm going to check how I'm going to sell it, like cheaper than the others who are selling the traditional items.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Lungisa. So with that in mind, we now have an understanding that what exactly is your product. If you know what it is that you're wanting to sell, you can give input into that, and you can list all the ingredients, all the materials, and the labor costs that you need to do for that. All right, great. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask you to start, and perhaps what is a good idea that I'm encouraging people to do is do it on scrap paper. If you're struggling with this part, if you are struggling with variable costs, do it and test it on a scrap piece of paper. You are always welcome to fold it, punch it, and stick it back in your handouts so that you know that you've got it there. All right, so that's what I'm encouraging you to do, but you need to start listing all the ingredients now that you're very clear on what your product is. What we didn't get was a good service or educational example coming out of the group. So if it is a service that you are producing, you need to remember the following. Wages and time, everything has to equate to cost, right? And the easiest part that you can start planning for retail or for education and services, not retail, that's pretty simple. You have a tangible product. But how do you make your time tangible? How do you add a value to a product if it's a service? So is it on a per hour basis? And this is probably the quickest way to understand your costs as a services business is understanding time. And everything that relates to time comes at a cost. So it is your physical time and effort. It is also going to be the materials that you're going to be using within that time, and anything at the end of the day which is deliverables. So that could be if it's printing and you are doing, for instance, Claudia in the other room, if you are providing a service and you're doing business for people to apply for tenders, it's going to be paper, it's going to be your time, it's going to be printing, it could be services such as emailing, it could be online services. All of those things have to equate back to some kind of cost at the end of the day, because that at the end of the day is going to be how you make money. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick 5 minutes once again to start on your variable costs, and we're going to do a quick check back in and see after those 5 minutes if there are any questions or concerns. We'll look at a few tips and hints that we get off the floor, and then we'll give you another opportunity to go back and finish off your variable costs on a monthly basis. Great, so we'll see you back in 5. Okay, so welcome back. I'm just doing a quick check-in with everybody on the other side as well as in the room. We did have a quick question around is it necessary to get multiple quotes for certain things? And yes, I think it's good business practice that you do that. It's always good to do a price check and try and be as efficient as possible when you're looking at the input costs into your product or services. And really that was all we had off the floor. I'm opening up to Skype and Nico if there are any questions around variable costs or concerns on your side, and we'll give you a minute if you want to come back. Would you like to come back with that? Are there any questions? All right. I think everybody would like to just focus on what the variable costs are going to be, and are you 100% sure? Just to keep in mind, once again, variable costs are not static. It's something that's going to fluctuate, particularly if you are going to be purchasing goods and products from other suppliers. The other, just a quick warning tip, is that yes, you have to be very in tune with your purchasing behaviors of your customers. So remember, when somebody sticks on a nice big discount and has the advertising beef of somebody like a Pick and Pay or Checkers, they are going to probably outprice you out of the market. So be careful of discounts that you are going to have to give to your customers. So also manage all your stock requirements and your variable costs within the cycle of a month. So we all know that when payday hits, the money is there, but as in all purchasing demands, towards the end of the month, as the budget gets tighter and tighter, your stock flow out of the store to your customers might be considerably less than before. I see that we have somebody that's going to come in with a Skype call. That's awesome. I'm just going to turn on the volume. So hold on a second and I will. Great. What is your question?
Yes, Angela, how are you?
Well, good.
My question will be based on the depreciation. You know, sometimes we have the problem with the rent. Then how are we going to work our cost and variable cost based on that? Do we have to add 10% of it, or how are we going to work it? Thank you.
Great. I'm just going to repeat the question for the room. I think the question is, how much do we really have to add on to our variable costs so that we don't run into problems? And really it is a fair amount of guesswork, but we can still make an educated guess with all things. If it is transport costs, we all know that we need to add on a buffer of, say for instance, 5% or on either way. The fuel price might go up, the fuel price might come down. Likewise with any variable cost. And your job is to go home and do your homework and understand and keep an eye on all the elements that are going to impact your business. For example, we have one case here where if the price of water goes up, it's going to impact in particularly your scenario, Ben, when you are producing fresh produce. So all of those things are very difficult to manage, but you do have to factor in a buffer there. And what is most reasonable is to go back and do a little bit of research and look at the history. What is the petrol price going to be doing this week? What is the water supply going to be doing this week? We know there are heavy water restrictions, Ben, and that is a risk to your business. And this is where we talked a little bit about contingency. Have you made a plan to factor in the prices of goods going up? And hopefully you're going to benefit when those prices come down. I hope I've answered your question. If so, we're going to move on to the next part of variable costs. Continue looking at it through the month. Once again, we are planning and we're making educated a guess as we can in order to inform our budgets, and so that we are not left with or caught with our pants down and kind of hanging out there a little embarrassed, but that we are prepared for every scenario that we've thought about for the business. All right, so I'm going to give you another few minutes to have a look at variable products, and then we'll come back and we'll do a quick feedback on that as well. Great. Welcome back, everybody. We've just finished doing a long exercise on variable costs, and I think that was a great exercise. I think we've covered quite a lot, and we've also realized a few things. So I know some of the biggest concerns around variable costs is definitely for manufacturing. Yes, this is where it comes to a make and break for those in manufacturing, and we had a great example of somebody who is also working in variable costs around the industry of fish and fishing and fishers, and Ernest has got that kind of dilemma where he needs to understand that once he purchases his fish, the time that it takes to harvest the fish is going to be time consuming, and the input costs of that over a period of time are going to grow. So what at the end of the day is a good price to charge for the fish, and also what happens if his supply chain breaks down and he needs to get in somebody else to supply some more fish, and that cost is going to be variable because it's going to be something that he cannot plan for. So how does he charge his customers? How does he make his money back on that fish is something that he's going to have to address after the break. So with that in mind, I'm going to say there are no other issues on the floor around variable costs. We do have a 30-minute lunch break coming up. We need you to go up to the 3rd floor, so we'll see you back in 30 minutes, and please be on time so that we're ready to go. And we're going to continue after the break with budgets. So we'll see you back 30 minutes time. Thanks.
Meanwhile, the music's on. There's a guitar player, keyboard player, a harmonium player, and they're all chanting. And I'm talking into her ear. And so I started toning in different places, body, and she eventually started pointing to all
That you're on television. No, not really. You don't even know it. Oh, well, how come you're so relaxed? I think I need to get a tip from you guys. The pressure's not all on. Sorry. And there's double battery. 10, 9. Welcome back, everybody. I'm looking forward to the next session. It's going to be a 90-minute session, and it's going to be really exciting. I know that everybody's enjoyed lunch, and it is quite warm in the rooms right now, so we're going to keep you quite active over the next few minutes. So the first thing that we just want to start off with is understanding the mentality of an entrepreneurship and what does that attitude talk about. So I'm going to just quickly draw something on the flip chart to remind us a little bit about how we can change the way that we talk about our problems, how we can change our mindset just by the way of thinking about things a little bit differently, and also the importance of what language can do for us. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction about how I would like to hear certain things phrased this afternoon, and that's going to help you immensely when it comes towards the latter end of the 90-minute session when we look at group problem solving. So first of all, Nico was great. He introduced us to the concept of entrepreneurial spirit versus victim spirit. And yes, sometimes we are going to hit problems and we're going to experience those things. But I want you to think about the following concept, and that's the man in the hole concept. And sometimes this is us in a hole, and this is the problem. And sometimes we do focus more and more on a problem. And as we have found in the past where we say, oh, we don't have enough money and these things are costing more and more money and we don't know how we're going to solve the problem. All we are doing is we're looking at the problem of money and we seem to be digging the hole deeper and deeper by the way that we phrase things. It's like, oh, I don't have money and now I don't have transport money and all these costs and all these things keep adding up. And we become so problem focused that we find it very difficult to think about how we can solve the problem. And then sometimes we come along together as a group and we ask some friends for some help, and the friends go, but what are you doing about your problem? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Have you tried this? And then you explain to them about the problem. And soon enough, you find that your friends have jumped in the hole with you and they start interrogating the problem once again. And now you're all in the hole together. And you are so problem focused that you seem to feel as if there is no way out. And I'm hoping, is there anybody in the room that's felt that today? Yes, absolutely. I think most of us feel that way. So what I'm suggesting is there are a few tips and tricks in order to get you out of the hole, in order to help you think a little bit more clearer, think a little bit more creatively, and help you solve your problem together as a group. So what happens is we have a bunch of friends that come out here. This is going to be the group. This is the resources that we have, our friends around us who are in this entrepreneurial journey together with us. And we're going to say, hey, you as the task owner who is stuck in the problem, what can you do as part of the team to help your friends help you better? So what I want you guys to start doing is, instead of saying, I've got no money, I don't have transport, I don't have a car, I don't have stock, I don't have my machinery. All of those things, we're going to say, absolutely no way. That's not how we're going to phrase it. I want you to start thinking about, how can I generate more income? How can I save on my costs? How can we together collectively solve our problem of a big startup cost and start looking at what we can share? I want you to start changing the way that you phrase stuff in order to help you solve the problem. The minute you do that, it feels as if there's more hope to ask your friends, correct? Isn't it easier when you go to someone and you say, help me, how can I better save costs on my transport money? Can you see the difference? Do you feel the difference? So for the next 90 minutes, and hopefully for the rest of your lives, you're going to turn your problems into some kind of a question that is going to help you solve the problem. All right, so that's the man in the hole. We don't want you to think like the man in the hole. We want you to come out of the hole and think with clarity and figure out some new ideas. Use your groups, your tables, your regions, and when you're out in the mini malls, the other entrepreneurs, to come and help you solve the problems. But in order for them to be able to help you, you need to be clear about the problem. You need to state it very clearly and very concisely. You don't need to have a big spiel of all the reasons why you can't, because what that does, it brings everybody back down to that level of, we're never going to climb out of the hole again. So quickly, we're going to start finishing off our budgets, and I'm going to give you a few minutes. We haven't completed it. In the previous session, we looked at the planning budget. These are the sheets, and this is what it's going to look like over the next 6-month period. I want you to go back in, if you haven't already done so, and start putting in your income. The income that you are going to invoice out with, it's the money that you will be receiving from your clients or customers and for your services. That is the income that you will generate over the period of time. And once again, the faster you get your first client, the better it is going to be, because then you have money coming in and not just flowing out of your business. And the sooner you can do that, the sooner you can be more successful, and the sooner you'll be independent of a lot of the issues that we are concerned about today, which is all around cost. Okay, so I'm going to give you another 5 minutes. We're going to do a quick check back. And we're also going to check back in the other room. If there are anybody in the hot seat, we'll do a quick feedback session on that. And so what I'd like you to do is go away, get out your budget sheets again, and take the next 5 minutes and go have a look at it. And what you should find in the next 5 minutes is that whatever you planned this morning is going to overlay on top of your budget. Okay, so we'll see you back right now, right after this break. Hi there. We're just doing a quick feedback and check in with you. We just want to raise one of the concerns that came out of the group now. Remember, in your milestones, you have specified, you've given some kind of collateral to the panel who are going to look at your scoping of your business. And in there, you need to be very, very specific. You would have to have mapped out exactly the milestones that you're going to have reached. So in the startup, in the beginning of your business, you would have listed very specific items and supplied quotes and would have done something for your business to show that there is some kind of trust in with the panel of judges that are going to say, great, we see that you've done your homework, we're going to give you that funding. The next thing is, the more generic you are around some of your costs, the more difficult it is going to be for you to cost it out. So I really encourage you to go back and look at that. If you are budgeting marketing costs, don't just say marketing is going to cost me 2,000 Rand. Go back and be really specific. Say, I am going to have to print 500 leaflets. And then it is simple and easy for you to put a cost to that. So there might be a little bit of design involved, or you're going to be an entrepreneur, you're going to man up, and you're going to go online and you're going to look at some templates, and you are going to go fix that. So that is what you're going to do. Be specific. If your marketing is going to be mainly technology related, if it's going to be a WhatsApp group, if it's going to be text messages, be as specific as that so that you can attach a cost to it. Great. I'm going to give you another 20 minutes, but I don't want you to only look at your income at this point in time. Look at the full spreadsheet. Look at everything that encompasses your budget, from income to startup costs, to operational costs, to variable costs. Have a review of everything that you have on this budget. And once you've put your income in and you start totaling things up, you're going to realize there are going to be some hiccups. I want you to review, have a look at that, and flag those. Remember, this is a rough draft of your budget, and therefore we will provide you with another set to be able to show a clean budget at the end of the day to the panel of judges. So this is rough work. Be it so, flag those errors, take a big red pen, and circle those issues. All right. So we're going to take another 20-minute break, and we'll see you back right after that.
Meanwhile, the music's going on. There's a guitar player, keyboard player, harmonium player, and they're all chanting. And I'm talking into her ear. And so I started toning in different places in the body, and she eventually started pointing to all these.
Welcome back, everyone. I think the lessons learned here is that it is very difficult to estimate, or as we call it, guesstimate, how much income and how to project what that is going to be. But I want to take you back to all the research that you did when you first started doing your pitch deck. The basic building blocks of your business is, at the end of the day, all about your customer. Is your product something that your customer is willing to part with his or her money at the right time and at the right price for your business? And you really, really need to start considering that. Go back. You've done the homework. Go back and go and review it. Also, you are going to have to go back into the marketplace, because the best place is to get a real live environment to understand what is going on in the market and the people that you're trying to sell to. So go back, go and talk to people and go and do a little bit more research and say, this is my product or service, this is what I'm looking at charging for it, what do you think about it? And listen to what they're saying. Go back and do a little bit more homework on the target market that you are trying to engage with, and make sure that whatever you have planned in your budget relates back to a real life scenario. Remember, this is not about what's on paper anymore. This is about real life conversations, discussions, and transactions. And we want you to picture that. We want you to be in the moment. So if you're out there and you're negotiating your price with your product or supplier, be in that moment. Think about what they're going to say. Of course, they're going to want to get the most money out of you, and you're trying to get the biggest discount. So how is that negotiation going to happen, and what impact is it going to have at the end of the day on your budget? Likewise with your customer, if you are going to be charging a price, they need to ask the question, why would I come to you? Right? Why is your service or product different from any other person's? Is it the right price? Is there a value attached? Is it more convenient? You need to think through those kinds of questions when you look at the budget. So this is not about just the black and white, what you're going to present as a milestone or a budget plan to the panel. This is about making your business happen and work. So please keep that in mind when you go through this. Great. So we've looked at this, and we've looked at your budget now holistically. We've put the pieces together. We looked at your costs. That is going to be your startup cost. We looked at your variable cost, which is the cost related directly to your product and service. And we've also looked at the operational costs, the fixed costs, all of those things going together. Right, then we went and we layered on top of that your projected income, how much money you're going to get for that. And you might have noticed if there's a large discrepancy between the two. So you are sitting here right now and you're thinking, how on earth am I going to ever get my business off the ground? Well, this is an opportunity, and we're going to do some more work on collaboration and help you work together in your groups and regions and help you learn to support one another. So I'm going to take you back to some things that I want to remind you about. As a task owner, we're going to give you some time to think and look at your budget plan and start phrasing the key things, the big things, the red marks on your budget plan that you need to solve for. So you see there's a large discrepancy between my income and my operating costs, for instance. Highlight that, and you are going to phrase your problem in a how-to. How can I? How do I? How can we solve for that problem? And you're going to phrase your problem specifically in that. And I want you to look at your budget and prioritize 3 to 5 things. No more than 5 things, but I'd like you to have 5 things in case we have the time to deal with those things. But the minimum 3 problems that you want to solve on your budget right now in a how-to format. So take 2 minutes to think about that, and then I'm going to brief you on how we're going to work together once again in groups. All right? Great. We'll see you back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We've taken a short break to have a look at our budgets, and at the end of this particular 2 minutes, what I would like you to have written down somewhere on a piece of scrap paper are 3 to 5 statements of problems that you would like to solve, because in the next session we are going to give you an opportunity to work together as a group, and together you are going to be solving those problems. So everybody should have 3 to 5 statements written down on a piece of paper, and they should state or start with a how can I, how can we, how would you solve? And that is going to empower you to address that concern and come up with interesting ideas as a group collaboration. All right, so in the next few minutes, we are going to look at the following. We are going to have the opportunity to work in the groups again, and we're going to practice the roles that we did yesterday, which is around somebody takes on the role as a facilitator, somebody's going to keep everybody on track with the focus. There's going to be a task owner, and that task owner's responsibility is to state the problem very clearly and concisely, because that is the problem you're going to solve for. Don't diverge from the problem. That would be the role of the facilitator. Don't get off track. Don't delve into deep conversations around it. You are going to be solving for the problem. Next is the timekeeper. Please to keep track of time. And at the end of the session, at the end of the group problem solving session, what we'd like you to see, or what we would like to see on this side, is on the flip charts at least 3 or 6 or as many as you can ideas or ways to solve that problem. So for instance, if you're going to talk about a problem and I'm going to say, how can we market my business? At the end of the day, at the end of the 20 minutes, there's going to be a scribe who would have sat there over those 20 minutes and given that task owner a whole long laundry list of ideas of how to solve their problem. Okay, is that clear? So we're going to go default back to those roles. We're going to look at a task owner whose responsibility is to define the problem. Remember about the man in the hole. Don't ponder on the problem. Look for alternate solutions. Look for fresh eyes, fresh perspective, and different kind of thinking. Don't be the victim. Be the entrepreneurs together and help solve the problem. All right. So the next step is you're going to decide who the task owner is, who the facilitator is, who is going to be the scribe, who's going to be the timekeeper, and who's going to be the researcher. All right? And together you're going to work in your teams. I'm going to give you 20 minutes to work on the first problem, and then we're going to take feedback from that. And the feedback is going to be shared across both channels. So Nico, your guys are going to get ready to Skype call us and let us know what you've learned, and we're going to do the same on this side. So we'll see you back in 20 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that was beneficial for you all to start working together as groups again and start looking at your problems. The more specific you are around the problems, the easier it will be for you to solve when you know what you're trying to solve for. So just to give you a quick example as feedback, we had a problem and we're going to show you guys out there how we solved one of the problems in this room. So Alfred has kindly volunteered his problem, and his task was, how can I reduce my startup costs? And his biggest concern about his startup costs was around equipment. And these are just some of the ideas. I'm sure everybody had a long list of ideas, but we're going to have a look at just some of those ideas that we got in his group. Great. Thank you, Alfred.
Our problem that we are trying to solve here is how to reduce our startup cost for equipment and other stuff. We're gonna, like here we say, outsource the product or outsource the service to the other people. And another point here is buy used or second equipment. The third one is build immediate good relation with the suppliers and customers. The fourth one is prioritize which equipment is needed on startup. The fifth one is get other people who need the equipment similar to yours and buy in bulk. That's the problem that we are trying to solve here.
Thank you, Alfred. Thanks for that. So as you can see, there is a lot of help that you can get from the group to be able to solve for that. And I see that Nico's quite interested in Skyping with us. So I'm just going to give me a minute and we're going to go live to Skype from the other room. And Nico also has a volunteer about what they've done in their room. So Nico, without further ado, I'm going to just unmute you and have a look at how we can hear you. Great.
Okay, go for it.
Go for it.
Hi, everybody. The problem we had was reducing startup costs, as you can see on the board here.
Speak loud.
As you can see on the board here, how to reduce our startup costs. So our team suggested that we should, in our training business, we should do away with the projector and get a whiteboard. Or we can buy the projector at a later stage. And then the second one was cutting down on resources. So, sorry. The second one, how can I reduce the cost of product, the cost of product cost? So we said that they can buy in bulk. They can go and buy direct from the manufacturer and cut out the middleman here. And then the third one was, how can I source batteries? So we said, instead of rather go buy batteries from auction houses, or you can buy all batteries around your community. And that's it.
Wow, I think that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that from the other group. That's fantastic. And I think there's lessons in everything that we can learn. I'm going to look at, ask you to go look at some of the other problems. And if you are happy to do so, we're going to do another round of this. If you are feeling that it's beneficial for you, I just want a quick reminder and a tip around these problems. Remember, you can't solve for the big generic stuff. You can't just say it's the operational costs. Look at your budgets. Pick out the big concerns. Go look at what is the highest cost and go look at different ways that you would want to solve for that problem. So it's not a generic thing, let's just look at operational costs. If something is really concerning you about your business, if it's how are you going to get your first prototype out there, be very specific about the problem so that you are able to solve for it. So that is a very topical discussion for us as manufacturers in the room here is prototype. If you don't have a prototype, how is your customer going to know what it is that they're buying? How are your people who you are going to supply to, can they see it, can they touch it, can they feel it, do they know what it is? If that is a problem, put that down now. And I'm going to give you another 10 minutes now that you're in the feel of how this is going. and I want somebody else to take an opportunity to be able to solve a task in the room. And so you're going to switch. Remember, if your tasks are not specific, go back and be really, really specific to the rest of your team. The more you are able to describe the problem in detail, the easier it is for others to help you. I'm also limiting your time because I don't want you to get into any long discussions about the problem. Remember, we're not looking at the problem. We don't want to be experts at the problem. We are looking for solutions. So how can we solve the problem? And sometimes, remember, there might be crazy or ridiculous ideas. And we learned when we first started in this process, ideas are crazy, but we can always work with them, and there might be something that just sparks an idea to help you solve your problems. So also list everything down. Don't be afraid. I'm going to reiterate just one more time for the sake of you on the other side of the camera there. Remember, the whole point of Ideas Game is that you are going to put your problem out of the way. You are going to not judge ideas, but you're going to list everything up there. Remember to make the long list. That's your middle finger. The long list is for a lot of ideas. The more ideas you can generate, the easier it is going to be to solve your problem. Remember, the ideas on your marriage finger is there might be certain links to other problems or certain ideas that link to other problems. So marry some of those ideas together. And remember, even the smallest idea can be the springboard that jumps you out of your hole. So think about those 5 things, and please list as many ideas as you can. So we're going to take a 10-minute and see you back on the other side.
Meanwhile, the music's not. It's a guitar player, keyboard player, a harmonium player, and they're all chanting. And I'm talking into her ear. And so I started toning in different places in the body, and she eventually started pointing to all these.
welcome back. I think it's been a really tough day, and it's also been hot in the room, so we're feeling it on this side. I think we're both physically cooked and mentally cooked on this side, so we're going to do a feedback session now. And I think we've still got some great results out of this exercise, but it's also just showing you that there is a way to start building on the resources that you have around you, that it doesn't have to be a lonely journey for the entrepreneur, but that you can call on each other. And so we're going to do one quick feedback session from the group over here, and this is Region. Region F. Region F, awesome. Go ahead and tell them a little bit about your problem. So how can I?
So in our group, we discussed how can we ensure that the service or product reach the people before we move in the mall. And the solution that we came out is about advertising, word of mouth, through local newspapers and social media. And the other problem we also discussed was to how do we share resources in the same mall and what kind of resources that we can share. So we spoke about sharing information, and in terms of also helping each other with that of teaming up and put together a contribution like Stockville. And also we kind of like, we need to have a memorandum of understanding with the partners if we're signing partnership to avoid conflicts. And our last problem was to how do we get our first customer? And we discussed the solution as positive referral groups, more like example sport clubs in our circle of friends, and also cold canvassing, e.g. strangers through churches, and we also need to start getting quotations. Thank you.
Well done. That's awesome. Thank you. Well done. I think there is credit due for those that actually are standing up and presenting back. I think it's very difficult. I know that I'm finding it really difficult. And so for our feedback from the other side, we're going to go live to Nico. And Nico, just give me a...
Hi, Angela. I'm just checking whether you can hear. I'm also speaking loud so the room can hear on this side. This was something quite valuable. I think everybody did well in this group. There were one or two things that I noticed that people still do when they write down on the board. They don't necessarily write their statement down as a how can I or in what way, something positive. I'm still seeing people miss. And then there was an interesting one that one group of ladies in the corner had a statement that had an and in it as well. So it said, how can I attract and attain skill? And I think what they got stuck in was that they had two different focus areas that they were going for, and because of that they kept getting distracted by what the real problem is, because it's actually two problems. So remember that if you have a statement like that, try and always make one statement, solve that, and don't have and in your problem statement, okay? Because it could distract you. All right, but I think they did, on the whole, they did well. That was just a note. Everyone else did well. You guys can give a hand to yourself. Okay.
That was really valuable. It does help. The more you can understand what your problem is and be very specific about it, the easier it is going to be to solve for, right? And then once again, we're entrepreneurs. We have to have a positive outlook. We thought about, we even researched what attitude we should have, and keep those things kind of firm. It wasn't just an exercise. It's something that we want you guys to exercise and practice with every day. And it does. It has to be practiced every day in order to become habitual, for you to have a positive outlook on life, because things are going to be tough. And I don't think we're trying to sugarcoat it in any way, shape or form. Things are tough out there, and customers are getting very picky and choosy about how they want to spend their money, and you have to be realistic about that. All right, so with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break. It's going to be a comfort break, a tea break, a coffee break, to get the day kind of keep going through the rest of the day. And when we come back, we are definitely going to do something just a little bit more light-hearted, and we're going to switch to a game. So Nico's going to come back and facilitate the startup game with us. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
We're running. I'm on. Okay. What we're going to do is play a little bit of a game. So we're going to wrap the day now. I want to sort of get a sense of just show of hands, perhaps in the other room as well with Angela, in terms of today, whether it was worthwhile for you guys to get your information. Did you guys get enough information for your budget? Do you have enough information for your planning? Yes? Okay. If we wrap up, when we wrap up in the next 45 minutes or so, if you have any more questions, stand by, just make a note of those questions, and I'll give you some time to feedback, all right? In the other rooms as well, we'll get to feedback. What we wanted to do for the afternoon, because it's been a hard day and we concentrated hard, I think we're going to end up the day by playing a little bit of a game, okay? So it's something that we're still busy developing, which is called the startup game. We have a first draft of it, which is quite complicated, and we started by putting all of financial issues and legal issues and everything into it, and it became really complicated, lots worse than Monopoly or those games. But we simplified it a little bit for today just to talk about the financial side of stuff and just running a business a little. So the idea that I want you to get today is just this afternoon to play a little bit, see the kind of stuff that comes up while you run a company, and hey, it's only Monopoly money you're going to lose. It's not real money, okay? So that's kind of a good one, okay? So the first thing that I want to do is on the other room as well, I'm going to ask Angela to please also dish out the money first. So I want you to cut out the money that you're going to use in the game, okay? So don't take any of the money yet because you don't know what it's going to be about yet. But here it is. I'm giving you, each table is getting 2 sheets. You'll see there's 10,000 notes and 5,000 Rand notes and 1,000 Rand notes and so on. Grab the scissors that are on your table. Every table should have about 2 scissors at least, and cut out 2 sheets of money for me, all right? But don't keep the money for yourself because the bank's going to have the money, okay? In the meantime, you can decide who at your table is going to play the bank. Somebody's got to play the bank, all right? So start by cutting out the bucks. Here's an example. I've started cutting them like that. It doesn't have to be neat or anything, and I'll dish out some of my hard-cut money to some of the teams already, okay? So just keep it. Whoever's the bank, I think you must decide who at your table is going to be the bank. And the bank is not going to play the rounds. The bank is going to control the money. So at this point, whoever's the bank, keep your eyes on the money. Watch where the money's going, okay? Cool. So next up, okay, keep concentrating while they cut. Keep concentrating. Come back for me. Okay, so while we do this, here's the board game. The idea is that we've created a few scenarios for you on a board, and we're going to go around the board as if once that we go around the board is 1 week, okay? So at this stage, I'm also going to give you the board in a moment, but the kind of stuff that's going to happen is, you know what, sometimes we operate a business and there's power failures. Sometimes we operate a business and a client goes away, or a client is upset and they say something about your business and you lose a contract. Of course, not everything is bad news. But I wanted to put on the board, we wanted to put good news and bad news situations on the board. So you'll see when you get the board as well, some of them are going to be good news, things like a new client buys product for 5,000 Rand. It's your lucky day, a discount on a quote of raw materials, you get collect 500 Rand. So you'll see every place where you're going to stop is going to be good news or bad news. Okay? So the idea is going to be, you start at start, you're going to start at start, and you're going to go around the table, and once you hit start again, that's 1 week, and that's 2 weeks. We're going to play 4 weeks in the hour. All right, so the idea is I will, in this room and in the other room, Angela will roll the dice for the first 3 or 4 rounds, just so everyone gets a feel for what it is that it's going to be. And then we're going to rotate the dice, and you guys can borrow the dice in their own time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough dice. We'll just run them around. Okay. So you'll get out of sync quite fast. But the first lot, let's just play together so everyone gets a sense of what it is. So at this stage, I'm going to give you the board game as well. And you decide in the meantime who's the bank. How are we doing on the cutout of those? Do we have another pair of scissors at that table? That table's slow with money, eh? No, they're ready. That bank is ready to operate. This bank is also booking it. Okay, so here's the board. Put the board in the middle of the table for me. And I'll read a few more of the kind of demands that you get, or the kind of instructions that you get. That's our hero table. We're going to see what their board looks like from above. So you're going to get all kinds of interesting stuff. You know, new client, it's a bad days for business, so lose your next roll of the dice. So you're going to move slower. And we're just going to see how it goes. So the idea is, I'm just waiting for all the money to be cut out. Once the banks have cut out the money, then we can start. So I want to tell you a little bit about the kind of stuff that happens as well in business. If you have stuff like a better deal, and you work a better deal and you get a 2,000 Rand discount, you guys have seen today on a budget what 2,000 Rand will do to your bottom line, right? So all of these kind of things are concepts. Even though this is a game and this is light-hearted, the idea is just that I want you to start ticking over in your mind what it's like to operate a business, and how really sad it is when you suddenly have to lose 1,000 Rand. And how really fantastic it is when the bank gives you 5,000 Rand, or a new client gives you 5,000 Rand. But also the concept of entrepreneurship you have to keep in mind is not like Monopoly. Have you guys played Monopoly? Who's played Monopoly? Show of hands. You know, the money game. So if you play that, it's kind of, you don't deserve it. You just go round past go and you get $200 or whatever it is. Life isn't like that. In entrepreneurship, it's real hard stuff. So you're going to see that the kind of choices that are going to come up with are difficult things sometimes. Cool. Now it looks to me like all of the tables on this side have cut out the money. It looks like the money's in place, right? How much more money to go? So I'm going to give it about another 30 seconds or so. I think at this stage, the bank person, is there a bank at each table? Where's the bank? Please pick your bank and raise your hand so I can see the bank. I've got a bank. I've got a bank. We've got a bank. Have we got a bank at table number 1? Table number 1? Oh, they're all cutting. There's a bank. Okay. So the bank is going to keep the money. Then I want the other 4 people around the table to please pick an item, something that you're going to move around. You can put a coin there, or maybe there's an eraser or the pencil sharpener. Decide what's going to be the thing that you're going to move around the table. And you've got to place the game flat, please, so that the game is flat on the table. Otherwise, you won't be able to put the pieces. So you guys understand that if the dice is a piece, all 4 pieces must be at start when we begin, okay? All right. So I'm waiting. The last of the money is being cut, and then we're ready to start. All right. And the bank is in control of the money. I want the bank to count out 4,000 Rand, please, for each player. So each player can start with 4,000 Rand, okay? So just to recap for the guys in the other room, these guys, just keep it down a bit because you're ahead of it a little bit. Just for the other room, shh, for me. You guys have cut out the money. You've selected a bank at each table. Each table has a bank, and the bank will control all of the money during the game. Then what you will do is the bank now gives every player 4,000 Rand. It doesn't matter if it's 4 1,000 Rands or if it's 500 Rand notes. It doesn't matter. Each player must just get 4,000 Rand to begin with. Let's say that's your first down payment, okay? So everybody at the table now has 4,000 Rand as a down payment, and we're going to be ready to play. I will roll the first 3 rounds so that we all are in the same place where we stop on the board. And after that, we'll rotate the dice so that people play in their own time, okay? And Angela will roll the dice on that side. The first thing that we also need to do is each player of the 4 players must have some piece that you can move around on the table. Pick whether it's the top of a lid of a pen or whatever it is, so that you have something that you're going to move around on the table, okay? Has everybody got a play piece? Yes. Put it at the beginning, at start, please, and we're going to be ready to go. Now, my main table, you've got to be faster on this so the guys can see what you're doing at the other side as well, okay? Are you a little slow today with it? Where's the 4 start pieces? What are you guys going to play with? What are you going to put on? To move. Okay, but it can't. That'll roll around, so just do that. So that's on start. So you're that one. Who else is there? There's a razor. There's an eraser and a sharpener. Pick who's the sharpener, who's the razor, and pick something else. There's a red. This is also nice. There's this. Okay. Okay. So our control table, I'm going to call it a control table. They now have 4 things on the table, and we're ready to play. Who's going to play first? Pick which is the first player, and then we're going to go rotate around. Okay. Cool. I'm going to roll the first dice so that the people in the other room also know, whoops, where that is. Oh, I'm sorry. That fell right out. Let's put it back there so it doesn't get in the way. Okay, so we're all ready to go. Thumbs up. Everyone ready? Everyone's got 4,000 Rand. Good luck, entrepreneurs. Let's see how it goes, okay? So I'm rolling the dice for the first player. Who's going to be the first player at each table? Show me. First player, first player, first player. Good, here we go. I'm rolling it, and it's a 6. So move your piece 6 forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it says, collect interest from the bank. That's not a bad round. So that player, in other words, the bank gives them 500 Rand. The bank give them 500 Rand. Please, let's go for the next round. It's not every day that you're going to get interest on your first run. The next person has 2. Next person has 2. So the next player plays 1, 2. And it says, a new client buys for 500 Rand. What do you know? 5,000. Oh my God. Woo, it's like hitting the jackpot in the first run. All right, third player. Third player plays. And we play for the third player, and they get a 4. 4 for the first player. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's your lucky day. Collect 500 for new raw materials discount you get. Fantastic. Okay, so at this stage, I think we'll move really fast, and I'll just do the dice. In the other room, you guys take over. Angela is going to explain. Everyone understands what we're doing, right? Go around the board 4 times, and whenever you have a 4 times round, somebody's the winner. Okay, are we ready to play? Good. Play for the next run, and I'll run with the dice. Okay, who's the next player? Throw for player 4. Player 4. Go. You've got 5. Right. Player 4. Play. Play for 5. No. Play. Quickly roll the dice. I'm going to move the dice on. Quickly roll the dice. Okay, it's 3. Move on. Quickly roll the dice for the next player, please. 6. Go. Quick. No. You guys play on your own. Roll the dice. Roll it.
Can I roll?
Yeah.
I've got like
4. Go. You guys roll. And from there on, I'll do a number run again. 4. Okay. Good.
Not me. Mine.
Quickly roll. Who's next? Okay. 5. Let's roll. Quickly roll. Who's next? 5. Good. Who's next? Roll. Roll for it. Okay. 3. Thank you. Okay. I'll roll for a few rounds. Who's the next player? Player 2. Okay. Everybody, the next player, you get 1 only. Oh, move 1 only. Go for it. All of us move 1. I'll roll for the next player. Are you ready? I'm rolling for the next player. The next player gets 5. Roll for the next player. Start. Okay, roll again. Now it's the next roll. Go. So these guys are already on round 2. The first week is over. They're playing week 2. Roll. 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 Thank you. 3. Thank you. Roll for the next player. 4. Thank you. Roll for the next player. I'm just getting everyone out of sync. 5. Okay, who's rolling next? You do that a bit. You run. I think come run from the inside. Run from the inside, okay? Come run from the inside, otherwise you're going to run from the camera. Bankrupt? No, who's bankrupt? Floor, can you guys talk to the box, please, and just ask them? In about 2 minutes, I just want to wrap with a sting so I can quickly talk to everyone again, okay? Give me 2 minutes and give me a sting. Tell them. Thanks. Also, I'll do a few of that. Let me do a few. We need a microphone next, okay? Let me have the dice. Okay. All right, welcome back, guys. I want to quickly get everybody to come back to me. Shh, shh, shh. This is fun. Is this the most fun you've had so far, right? Okay. I quickly want to give a show of hands. So I think all the players, just count for me. How much money have you got now? Was it easy? Did you make a lot of money? Just count your money. I'm going to go around. I'm going to go around. I'm going to go around. Hold on. So at this table, give me an idea. Who's made 10,000 Rand? 15. Okay, so that table has 15,000 Rand. This table, we've made 11.5, 11,500. And how this table, who's got? Give me an idea. Somebody, how much did you make? She's still counting all of her money. More than 20. Okay. All right. I think the game is probably a little bit easy in making you feel nice about making a lot of money. Does anyone want to comment on, I mean, if there's bad stuff that happens, what do you guys imagine is the bad stuff that's going to happen? Other than what you've seen on the board. I mean, okay, hold on for the microphone. Here's a microphone for me. Hold on.
Okay, what I just learned from you is that while you are enjoying yourself or running your company, there's like you happen to forget the tax that you have to pay. That you did, and unfortunately, that's what I've learned. Yeah, it just reminded me.
That's right. We unfortunately have to pay tax. It's going to come. And there's those kind of things that are going to happen. You know, power failures may not be such a problem if we're going to be in an area where there's solar panel, then you're okay. But obviously there are going to be days when you're going to lose a client. Who's lost clients? Show of hands. Who's lost clients? Only one during the game. So you guys were lucky all along. What else went wrong what was bad that happened to somebody? Give me a microphone over there, please. We've got somebody here. I'm just going to turn around so you can talk this way to me.
Negligence. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, this name. Equipment operators cost me a lot of money.
And how much was it?
It was 3,000.
Eh?
3,000.
3,000 Rand. Yeah. Guys, it can happen. That's a training issue. If you go into this business, you want to be sure that the people that you get in have the skill and you are going to be responsible. How many times has somebody gone to a McDonald's or to a KFC or to Chicken Licken or one of those, and the people behind the counter are sitting on their phones and they're not helping you? How many times have you tried to go for service somewhere and somebody gives you bad service or they're rude to you? Now you're going to have a business and you're going to employ people, and you have to make sure that those people who work for you don't do that, because you know that you don't like going to those places where you don't get service, you know. So somebody who makes a machine mistake or something, it could be terrible. If somebody makes a mistake and they lose a finger or something, you're liable, you know. Suddenly you're into insurance. So you've got to make sure that your people who work for you have the right skill set and they've had the proper training. So that's something that could be a very big impact. Who else had something? This is what you have to start thinking about as owners. There's a microphone here. So these are the kind of things, because you're now not only an entrepreneur because it's nice and you're going to make 12,000 Rand, you're going to have to start thinking about being a boss and being an owner of a company and taking responsibility. I'm taking here, let's hear your bad thing that happened.
Yeah, yes. In business, we need to be aware with business risk, like theft, vandalizing, and such risks. They must be shifted to other organizations such as insurance. What I've seen the business risk are very business vandalizing, whereby people, they can come and in the morning when you wake up, you see something bad on your mall. This is really
exactly.
Thank you.
And you know, the kind of stuff that you're going to start seeing is a lot of you guys are going to buy stock, and you're going to keep the stock locked up somewhere. You have to keep an eye on your stock, because somewhere along the line an operator breaks something or they lose something, and suddenly you go, I know that we had some of the stock, and you walk in and the stock is gone, you know? Or worse, even it's somebody that you can't trust. So those kind of things are becoming very, very serious when you start working with people to go, you've got to select the right partners, you've got to select the right suppliers. If a supplier doesn't deliver on something, you're in deep trouble. You know, so those are things that are bad things that could happen, and we tried for this afternoon not to put too many bad things in. Are there anything else that anybody wants to add to it? No? There's somebody. Good. What have you got? What happened?
New market entries. Sometimes when you've started something, there are other people who are going to come in the industry and participate, and sometimes you end up competing on price. And sometimes it might not be lucrative for you to compete on price, because you will quote yourself, you won't even know why you're doing something.
Exactly.
You won't even know what you're making. You'll be busy but not making any money.
Exactly. So you also, once you start your business, it's a very good point. Once you start your first business, within that first month or two, when you start getting your clients and you think it's looking good, you've got to look out, because if somebody sees what you're doing and they go, wait a minute, I can do this faster or better or smarter or differently, and they start taking your clients, you'll be so busy working with these kind of business and this client that you've got that you're not even noticing that something bad's happening on the other side. So those are all fantastic, very valuable. I'm going to ask Angela also to field on the other side if there's anything that you guys have that are notes maybe. Now, we're not connected for Skype, but if you wanted to send me a message, I will also sort of tell the group on this side. I think these were valuable inputs, and I think we still have about a week to play. So it's about another 3 or 4 rounds, and then we've played a month worth. And we can see, obviously this game is far too easy because people are just making too much money. Huh? but it's a good energy to get a sense of it. Okay. So I'm gonna give us another 5 minutes, and then during the 5 minutes, Angela will also share with me any comments from the room on that side, and I'll be able to tell you guys. And after 5 minutes or so, we're going to wrap the day. We'll see if there's anything that comes from the board. If anybody still wants to write something on the parking lot, come and write it, and we'll lock the day off. All right. So we'll play for the last 5 minutes till 1:30. All right. Thank you. We're going to roll the dice. Who's got the dice? Oh my God. Next player gets, and then we'll run around again. Thank you. 2 for the next player. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to ask you to come back. Whoa, it's nice and exciting in this room. I'm going to ask you guys to come back. Thanks. All right. Last round. Thank you. Okay, we're about to wrap. I wanted to see if there's more questions. I had some feedback from the other room. Can I have you guys back? Shh, everyone goes, can I have you guys back? I'm quickly checking to see what messages there were from the other room. I did see that on a note of bad things that can happen, these guys also got petrol prices that obviously will influence things. You guys know that often petrol gets more expensive or gets cheaper. It makes the base elements cheaper or more expensive, and then delivery, of course, also gets influenced. That was from the other room. We also had inflation that one would count. I'm not sure that it is it's a button, but a necessary stop on this, but that's something that would also affect us. As inflation grows, things, the cost of living, everything becomes more expensive, and you're going to find that even your workforce, after 3, 4, 5, 6 months or so, they settled in, and maybe there's a price difference in petrol or deliverables or something, and suddenly their lives are getting more expensive. So you have to think about how you're going to do increases in inflation and so on, and then also increases in fixed costs. You know, suddenly a bump somewhere makes coffee be more expensive and cleaning equipment more expensive. So suddenly your operation cost may become, your operational budget may have to become a little bit bigger. So that's all stuff that the guys had from the other side. I wanted to see if there's anything that anybody wanted to say in closing. I wanted to wrap by telling you guys that at this stage, when we work next Tuesday, we're going to, next Monday and Tuesday, we're getting together again, which is the 12th and 13th, right? On those days, we're going to work very specifically on company registration, deals, how to make contracts, how to get ready to contract with people, how to partner with people, how to do human resources, those kind of issues, more company operational issues we'll do on the Monday. And by the Tuesday, also something that's still going to impact on your budget. I'm not sure how many people know a detailed price for marketing related stuff yet. I'll just ask for a show of hands in this side of the room. Marketing, how many people have included marketing in their budget? There's a lot of, okay. So also what we'll do during that session, we'll start talking about actual marketing techniques, guerrilla marketing, how to do cheaper marketing. Because you're going to find during this week, please don't stop working on your budget, all right? Even if you just take 2 A4 sheets and you start running another budget, or download software and experiment a little bit with Excel or a spreadsheet or something on the Google Docs and see if you can adjust things a little bit. See if you can play with it a little bit and go, this was a very high cost. Let me see if I can get this down. Oh, I didn't think about marketing. Let me boost this budget a little bit. See if you can get the plan to align better with the budget plan, all right? Because that's what we're going to work on as well. Next week, we'll give you new printouts, and you'll be able to work with your new printouts and go and fill it out nicely so that when you come and meet the panel, you have proper paperwork, and you're going to present it in paper to them. All right. But do use, by all means, if you can use your tablet and you can start getting some of this stuff down digitally, and you can see if you can calculate some stuff, do that online. That's fantastic. Print it out, bring it along next time so that you have it and you can work at the same time with your sheet as you check stuff and fill it in neatly, okay? There will not be a lot of time to fill it in here. But because we're going to have quite a full program, but there will be time to do revision as well. So if there are questions that you have, come with those questions next week, Monday. Bring the questions to the table. As you can see, the heat is turning up now, right? It's getting very serious now because we're getting closer to it. We want to sign those contracts and we want you guys to have the deals and have your money. All right. I'm going to ask if there's any questions here. We've got some questions here. Go for a question. Thank you.
Okay, it's a bit off topic, but I just needed some clarity on that.
Okay.
If there are any businesses that actually requested patenting and trademark registration,
yes.
And if there are, can you give us an indication of when that might take effect? Because we need to send our marketing material out there.
Okay.
But based on the companies or the receipts of entries that you've received, are there any businesses that are unique enough to deem patenting necessary?
So far, I'm not aware of any businesses that went for patenting, just purely because a lot of that, there's a cost involved in it that's quite steep. But I think, in fact, I think there may be, in the other room, I think there may be one or two that have a patent. I think if you want to connect with anyone, I would suggest if there's anyone in the other room also who has some patenting issues or questions, or you are busy doing patenting already, please will you come to this room and let's talk it here at the table afterwards, and then at least you can connect and see, all right? And see how it goes and what it is that you need to do as a procedure, all right? I know internally also, if you work through the resolution circle and you believe there's a patent, if you want to come and set up a meeting with a patent lawyer, please write a message to Magritte or to Shermeen and say that I have a patent and I'd really like to meet with a lawyer. There's not going to be an initial charge for you, just to meet the lawyer and give him your product, let him test the patent for you and tell you, all right? Okay. That's a good question. Any more questions today on this side of the room? There's no other questions. I haven't had something yet from Angela, so I'm going to say at that stage, thank you very, very much, everybody. Well done for putting it through, getting through the paces. Well done for coming back. And very best of luck this week. Keep working your budget. Keep working your plan, all right? So check stuff, adjust it, make sure that it all balances so that it all lines up, and then next week we can look at it again, okay? Have a fantastic week and a weekend, and we'll see you guys on next month. Oh, there is a question. There is a question. Oh, no. Okay, okay. Wait, well, there was nothing on the parking lot. What? Oh, it's here in invisible ink. I feel it. It's okay. Oh, there is a page. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you have the question that you want to ask me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And I must look at the board as well, or not? No. You're going to ask me the question. Okay. Can we revisit the stipend? All right. Shh, shh. Is it related to that?
Yes.
All right.
That was a consent that we had.
Guys, other side of the room as well, we do have a question about stipend. I think it's important for everyone. Just listen up, please. Okay, go for it.
I don't know whether it's me who misunderstood the fact that we're going to get the stipend for the training, for the traveling. As it is coming next week, I personally, I won't have money to come because I've already borrowed this one, thinking that we're going to be given the allowance.
Okay. Guys, I'm talking also for the sake of the other room. You got what the question is. I know that in the meeting, I was also sitting in the meeting when Prof. Clark was saying that you guys can decide about the stipend that you want. In the meantime, what happened, and that was that very week after when the shift happened with the office and everything happened in terms of voting, I know that at that stage there was a delay in the actual contracts that needed to happen. So financially, the finance department of UJ still has to come back to us with a contract. And because the contract is still going up and down between their legal and City of Joburg, there's been a delay with it. So I know that the plan was that we can sign the contracts with you guys, I think by the 27th, Magritte said, hey? What did she say yesterday? 27th? Yeah. And the money can flow almost immediately after that. So I think in the meantime, the first thing that I will do, and I will put it onto my own agenda, I'm meeting tomorrow morning with Prof. Clark. We will sit in that meeting and see if there's another way for us to calculate the stipend and to have that subtracted from your money, but make it be a fund that Resolution Circle can pay out to you. All right? So I think what you guys should do, just listen up please guys, I think you should look out in your emails, because what you will do tomorrow, I promise you, that the moment that I've finished with that meeting at 11 o'clock, I will make sure that an email goes out to you in order to let you know what the decision is on how the stipend situation can be resolved before the end of the month. All right? So I will make sure that that can happen, and you'll definitely just look out for your email. It's probably going to be, have you guys had an opportunity to tell yet how much you want or not? No. You've not had communication like that. All right. Okay. So other than the meeting, just to confirm to the other room as well, other than that initial meeting that Prof. Clark said that the stipend, you can decide whether you want it or whether you don't want it, and if you want it, how much you want. Up to 2,000 Rand we discussed, okay, a month. So what we will do tomorrow in the discussion in the meeting, we will lock that and make that decision to get them to figure out how they will get the payment going to you. So it's possible he wasn't keen on doing it as cash because he says there are other threats involved. But if it has to be cash to get you here on Monday and then give it to you, that email will tell you so. But I think that email is also going to ask everybody to come back to us and say, I want so much, or I don't want, or I do want, or whatever, you know. So I think look out for your emails tomorrow around about lunchtime, all right? and then feedback. So I promise you we will sort it out tomorrow. Okay. Are there more questions? The invisible ink hasn't come through yet. No, it's okay. Okay. If there's no other questions in the other room, thank you very much, everybody. Have a fabulous work. Keep entrepreneuring, okay? Thank you. Cheers. Well done to you. Thank you. Cheers.